Click on my stream, get hit with an ad. That's the dustmite I know and love. Let's go, dustmite. Get in his bag. Get his bag. No, I don't want to create a new thread. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so it turns out that I was wrong about hold on, I'm really hot on the mic. It turns out that I was wrong about color grading having to be applied without any other grading. So I want to thoroughly apologize to everyone that I was wrong about that, and I looked it up, and it turns out that I was wrong. So I apologize. I was told conflicting things by the sources that I read, and also the AI overview, which told me that I should grade without anything applied. So I just want to say, before anything else, fuck you, AI overview. Absolute dog shit. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. That's all I have to say. Otherwise, I got Bloom done on my hiatus from streaming. I got Bloom done. I got TAA done, which you might have seen. I posted it in the Discord. I got depth of field done. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I want to take a screenshot of the engine so that I can grade it like a test. I'm about to grade this shit like a test, brother. Hey, what's up, Gaboter? I'm about to grade this shit like a test. No joke. Now, it was running. The engine was running pretty bad yesterday, but we'll see. Okay, I made a mistake. RGBU 235. I made a mistake. I made a typo. Then I'll become the king of men. The king of men is tall and strong, stacking these women cubes all day long. And when I get to 110, then I'll become the king of men. Dude, I got that song stuck in my fucking head. Also, it's such a banger, like low key. It's just so cool. Love it. Love that for you. Okay, yes, plane. You're very cool and very nice. Shut the fuck up, please. What do you think that they just fly these planes around for? Like what's the purpose? Really? That's my question. What's the purpose of the fucking planes? The king of men is tall and strong, stacking his wind cubes all day long. And when I get to 110, then I'll become the king of men. See, the depth of field is pretty sick. I don't know if it shows up on the stream very much, but it's pretty cool. Maybe it doesn't show up on the stream very much. I have to turn this off so that I can do this. No, not fucking... What is Instagram coming up for? The king of men is tall and strong, stacking his women cubes all day long. And when I get to 110, then I'll become the king of men. Then I'll become the king of men. The king of men is tall and strong, so he is women cubes all day long. So yeah, we are pretty slow. I'm not gonna lie, we are pretty slow. Hey, what's up, Cheese? I'm doing alright, thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. Alright, we can bring back the window manager. The king of men is tall and strong, stacking his women cubes all day long. Yeah, so I took some photos of some stills from some movies that I like, so that I could grade against them. Hopefully there's not any that are not safe for work. No, there aren't. But they are from very explicit films. Sato's films. This is one of my favorite stills from any film. That one's a great one. I've also got the scene from Turtle Vision, where she goes to like psychotherapy. That's a great scene. We got a couple from Pulse here. That one's kind of a classic frame. Enter the Void. That's a classic frame. And from the Hourglass Sanatorium. Those are kind of big inspirations for me. The king of men is tall and strong, stacking women cubes all day long. When I get to 110, then I'll become the king of men. Yeah, so we are pretty slow. Like 10 milliseconds is pretty slow, but then again, we don't really have it on performance, on, you know, more performance or whatever. But yeah, 10 milliseconds. And if you go back, we're guaranteed to have not been 10. Well, we don't go back that far, but yeah. So 10 for the render. If I had to guess, just to do a wild guess, this bloom pyramid that I'm doing, probably no bueno. I don't even know if we... This plane, bro, are we getting attacked? We live near a military base, and so we hear planes all the time, but it's quite silly, all the planes. It's kind of like, I don't know. Is there really a need for all of the planes to be a thing? I feel like no, right? I mean, I guess they have to train somehow, just in case we get attacked. But I feel like this little shitty town in the middle of nowhere is probably not going to get attacked. If I had to venture a wild guess. No, we're at 10, 11 milliseconds anyway. Then I'll become the king of men. The king of men is tall and strong, stacking women cubes all day long. Let's try not downsampling the depth and see if that helps us out a lot. We could also, instead of doing them one at a time, we could have different render queries for each step. But that's such a pain in the absolute ass to set up. But I did name this stream, just so that we can remind ourselves. I did name this stream profiling and grading. So this is one of those two things that was there, right? Stacking women cubes all day long, and when I get to 110, then I'll become the king of men. Now, one does wonder if having all these queries is going to cause us lag. I've got no fucking clue about that one, brother. Then I'll become the king of men. The king of men is tall and strong. We need to generate our queries. These. I had some idiots on Reddit in my Reddit thing. I get notifications on my phone from Reddit. For some reason, they just send me notifications, and I'm too lazy to turn it off. And I get these bozos all the time. And I got this bozo. This guy was asking, like, why is OpenGL so hated on? And everybody was like, because it's antiquated and that it doesn't have all the cool stuff that Vulkan has. It's got a bind philosophy, and that causes bugs in code. And, bro, people are legitimately so dumb. I don't know. Literally can't be fucked. Bro, what is that sound, bro? Are we actually getting attacked? That's crazy. I actually just put it in here, huh? What happens if you call GL end? I've never actually called GL end. Or actually, no, I definitely have. Probably. Is that what you put at the bottom? Use of undeclared identifier SSR queries. Oh, you're so right, actually. Okay, fine. We'll make SSR queries. While we're here, why not? Why not? Why not? I'm about to grade like some fucking tests. Okay. SSR queries. You know, I got this older version of OBS on this computer, and I'm thinking, like, what if I just stream from an older version of OBS on the other computer, the one that I stream off of. I feel like it might be good, you know. Because then I might be able to push it up to 1080 or something. Dude, imagine dustmite streaming at 1080. Holy shit. We've made it. We have fucking made it. Cock shader? Hello, I have a doubt. A shadow of a doubt? Beyond a shadow of a doubt. What is the doubt? I wanted to learn the global illumination, but I don't know where to actually learn it. Well, I mean, global illumination has a lot of things in it, you know? Depends what you want to learn. Depends what hardware you have, what hardware you're targeting. Do you want to ray trace in real time? Do you want to bake lighting? Do you want to bake probes? You know, these are all the questions you have to ask, because those are the techniques you're going to end up learning, right? I hate my life with this shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wish I made it a struct. It would have been so nice to have a struct. How about software GI? What do you mean? I mean, isn't that this is already like under the umbrella of what I already said. It's we'll just have it like this. Is this, yeah, it's GLUint query. I think so. I think so. No, it's GLUint 64. That is what it is. Do I have any comprehensive... all of those. For that topic, I couldn't find any resources, any online. Well, you definitely can. In fact, in the Discord, Ian posted one not too long ago about radiosity. But it's just one of those things where if you want to look up how to bake UV light maps, then you have to look and search path tracing offline game engine, you know? And there will be resources that come up, but you can't just search, you know, a basic global illumination, right? Because there's just so many different things. If you look up, you know, how do I bake lighting probes or whatever, then you're going to find resources. If you know, say, how do I unwrap UVs into UV islands and put it on a light map so that I can bake, you know, a path tracer offline, then you're going to find resources, right? But you can't just look up, how do I do global illumination? Because, you know, there's about like 20 different techniques for global illumination, and they're all very different. So I'd say definitely just choose one and go for it. All right, I need to do this. It's a GL int available. God, I've got so much fucking shit in this fucking in this file. It's disgusting. Okay. Okay. What are the list of all of them? I need the list. We're doing all of these. Oh, I don't think that I did the G buffer one. Should probably do that. Where are you? Oh, it's right here. Oh yeah, this is what I have my render queries on. But technically it should be the G buffer, yeah. Technically it should be the G buffer. Okay, so let's get the list. What am I doing? Hey, what's up, Sophie? Okay. So now we can just call this, and it's a lot cleaner than doing it the other way. We can move the other ones to it as well, but for now I'm just going to do this. How am I? I'm doing alright. You're amazing today. Really? Why is that? I can't type today. And now we don't have a render anymore. So after SMS, we have GBS, DOFS, SCOS, okay. Let's see if I did that right. Undefined reference to Bloom queries. Oh yeah, I didn't do Bloom queries. Also, we're not supposed to be calling this. The message got flagged by YouTube. Okay, let me go to live chat. Oh, nice. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. So our G buffer is 0.8 seconds, DOF is 0.4. It says that post-process is a lot. But I don't really know. Yeah, SSAO is a lot. SSAO is a lot. Why does turning off SSAO not actually change the time for it? Okay, well, I guess our profiling is just fucked, huh? Oh no, I guess it goes to the last value that it had. Ah, I see. I see. The game Yap Yap? I don't know it. About to switch to Debian? I like Debian. I'm a Debian fan. I think it's good. We're gonna do some grading soon, and that's gonna be fun. I'm excited to do some grading. But only after we profile first and figure out why we're so slow. I think, to be honest, I think it's just a combination of everything that we're so slow. I wonder if the downsample on this is expensive, though. I want to see specifically this, how expensive that is. Oh, get this in there. Nice font. What font is that? It is monospace. I forget which one. If it's Argon or Xenon, or it's one of them. It is one of them. So the G buffer is 1.4 right now. And with this enabled, how expensive is that specifically? In regards to downsampling the depth buffer. How much are you worth? Okay, yeah, the profiling is fucked. Because now it says 0.8. I think it probably gives good ballpark values, but yeah. The post process is interesting because it goes between 0 and 8. Which is weird. If I turn off TAA. Oh wow, you can turn off TAA now. Oh, all the toggles work. Cool. So our frame time without anything is it looks like 0. Or it still looks like 4 milliseconds. Half-Life 3, I'm not. I update my CPU scheduler. Oh, that sucks. I would like the Berkeley mono. Thank you. That would be very. I would appreciate that. I like. There's a bunch of fonts that I want to get, but they're to pay for. I forget the name of them, but yeah. Anyway, the engine is now 24 FPS hard locked. I mean, we can change it, by the way. Now we can change the render frame rate. I made that a thing. So the render frame rate is totally separate from the actual gameplay stuff. So the gameplay is 60 FPS, but the actual rendering is 24 because that's what film is done at. And I realized that it looks fucking cool as fuck. So that's why we're doing 24 FPS, because 1, my computer is really bad, and 2, I think it looks sick, to be honest. You can see a video of it, a better video of it in the Discord that I posted yesterday or whatever. It shows it off pretty well. I will check it out. Thank you. I will definitely check it out. Yeah, SSAO is just super expensive to be doing. The kernel is just insane for it. The G buffer is also expensive. Right, does the G buffer actually have... Where's our actual geometry draw? Do I include the actual geometry draw? No, I don't. This should be where render queries are. So I didn't have that. Good to see him back. Thank you. I took a few days off because I was getting pretty burned out with talking to people and stuff like that. So it's good. It's good to be back. I got a lot of work done when I was not streaming too, which was nice because, to be honest, there are some things that I can't do on stream that I need to do that aren't like exciting to watch, like me like hardcore implement stuff for like hours and hours, like banging my head against the wall. No one wants to see that on stream. So it's good to have some time off so that you can work on that stuff. So the render is 3 milliseconds. That's what I thought. So yeah, we're getting up there. SSAO is 2 milliseconds about. SSR is about 2. And those are effects we can just have off pretty much all the time. Depth of field isn't even expensive. It isn't as expensive as I thought. So, yeah. Pretty solid. The post-processing time is interesting. I think that the post-processing time is taking into account the swap somehow. So I'm not sure. GL end query. GL time elapsed. Oh, this is main queries. Unless I have another one. No, I don't. Oh. Well, this should be post-process. Oh, I just have it under main queries. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's how it is. The new Last House, I did see it actually. In this case, I have seen the movie. I saw it with my mom and dad because they wanted to see it for whatever reason. I was like, I always want to pick the movies because my mom always picks bad movies to watch, like really, like every time. Um, but I was like, be honest with me, is this going to be a good movie? And she was like, you don't have to take it that seriously. You know what I mean? It's just a funny movie, It's not a funny movie. The dog fucking died, okay? And it made me sad. So, fuck you. That was not a little funny movie. I told mom after, I was like, if you put a shitty movie on that's going to also make me sad, I'm not watching movies anymore. Like, fuck that, bro. Anyway, if you're making a shitty movie, you can't have the dog die. Or the old couple. Like, you can't do that. My heart, bro. Now, if you're making a good movie, then you can tug on my heartstrings. You got the pass. You know what I mean? But if you're making a shitty movie and then you're gonna make me feel bad too, damn, we might have a problem. We might seriously have a problem. Anyway, that's my take on The Last House. That is my take on The Last House. Yeah, I guess it's taking into account the swap, which is fine. It can't be that bad of a movie. Did you see it? It wasn't that bad. No, but it was mid. Very mid. Offensively mid, almost. I would have wanted it to be bad. It's not bad. It's just mid. Very... It's like a nothing burger movie. I don't know. Also, I hate how it's like COVID coded. It's like, dude, it's made by the same people who think like COVID was like a life-defining event. Like, bro, the fucking pandemic was fine, bro. Like, what? I don't know. It's people really overreact with the COVID stuff. It's like enough already. I don't know. So I hate the COVID coding of media is kind of annoying. Verity movie? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know how to profile it because apparently it just doesn't say the correct answer. Just goes between 3 and 10. I'm going to assume that it's 3. So our post-processing is about as much as our rendering loop because of the motion blur, I'm going to guess. Do I have it where I turned off the motion blur? Yeah. Here it's like 0 to 3. 2, 3. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me, and after all, you're my Wonderwall. You know? So maybe. You don't know Verity because I'm old. Yes, exactly. Thank God I'm old, so that I don't have to deal with young people. That would suck. That would suck. Also wild to call me old, but honestly, I like being old. Because I'm the only cool young person on earth. I don't agree with you. My sister is pretty cool. My sister likes fucking Sonic and Rockstar games and Yakuza and a lot of shit, bro. Pokemon. She likes fucking... She's into Western shit right now. She likes old Charlie Chaplin films. What about Robert Loggia? I don't know who that is. Logia, I don't know who that is. So said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, it's Robert Loggia, right? Yeah, I don't know who that is. And after all, wow, bloom is only 0.2 seconds. Compared to SSAO, it's fucking nothing. And after all, you're my wonder wall. If you turn off TAA with some of the other effects, then it just breaks. If you have TAA off with depth of field on, then it breaks. I don't know why that is, but I guess for now it doesn't really matter, does it? And I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonder wall. Where's my approximate level of mathematical knowledge? Whoa, bro, I don't know. I just like do math when it's required, I guess. But yeah, I don't know who Robert Loggia is. Okay, we can do the grading. And after all, you're my wonder wall. MacBook and vibe code in your nearest coffee shop. That was me, except I wasn't vibe coding. I was just coding like random shit. When I was in AP Computer Science, I thought that I was like a hacker. Well, not really. I just like had a phase where I would just like go into coffee shops and then just with my laptop and then just code. And it wasn't like good code or coding anything special or anything of importance. I would like code like, you know, like chess games and Minesweeper and stuff like that. But I liked it because I felt like I was a part of society. You know what I mean? Like you just sit up there with your laptop and you're just a part of society for like, you know what I mean? Like that was revolutionary to me because, you know, me as like 16, 17 years old, I was like, holy shit, bro. This is what being an adult is like. And then I realized that it's better to just be alone in a room instead. So that was my arc. Anyway, we have all these stills that I want to grade against, so that's what we're going to do. Said maybe. Bro, what is this posture, bro? He's crazy. What? Bro, if you ever see me sitting like this, you've got to be like, I am on some good shit. That's crazy. Vivaldi browser. I've never heard of that. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. Oh. I like grading against these more because you can see the whites in the background. And after all, you're my wonder wall. It's the Emacs of web browsers. Okay. The Emacs of web browsers. Interesting. I don't like how much real estate this takes up on the screen, though. That's kind of the problem. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, my favorite Sato films. That's what I'm grading against today. That is what we're grading against today. Okay, how do we do this again? I don't fucking remember how to do this. Transition, sync bin, effects, keyframes, mixer, inspector. All right, we gotta get this going. What is the button that you press to get to the thing? Oh, it's on the bottom, isn't it? Color. Okay, we need to add a node. You gotta go here, LUT, clip color. No. It's not this. It's not this. It's here, isn't it? Yeah, but then you need to add a node. How the fuck do I do this again? How the fuck do I do this again? Oh, you need to add it to the fuck. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm being dumb. You need to put it onto the timeline first. Well, I've fucked this up. I don't want to create a photo album. Does that work, though? I guess it does, huh? If you create a photo album instead of the timeline. That's chill. I hate the DaVinci UI. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like not the biggest fan of it. Yeah, it was probably more than a month. I got depressed. The email character kind of. Oh, cool. I don't use any of that stuff, but that's cool. And after all... Alright, let's not fuck this up, huh? Alright, we're grading. We're about to grade this shit like a test. Like a test. Yeah. We're locked in. All right. How do you get rid of this? I would love to be able to get rid of this. There we go. That's how you do it. Boom. Boom. Done. Alright, I've never used this program before, which is why we're... Alright, so everything is super touchy, okay? Everything is super touchy. So this lifts everything. I think maybe a bit darker. Imagine if he... Berkeley University. Is that because of Berkeley Mono? I said maybe. You're gonna be... Yeah, I'd assume. Yeah, I'd assume that um that Berkeley is hard to get into. I went to actually a pretty prestigious art school. Not gonna say which one, but highly, regarded as like the best art school in America at least. And honestly, I feel like it wasn't all that great, to be honest. So I don't know if that's the same for like more academic schools, but I think it depends what program you went into. Like I went into music, and the music program I think wasn't as great as like the graphic design and stuff there. But now I get to say that I went to that school. You know what I mean? Whenever people are talking about art and shit, I'm like, yeah, I went to that school, that really good school, and everybody's like, wow, you're so interesting all of a sudden. Do you know how many times I've whipped that out at the bar? People are like, oh my god, wow, you're so interesting. Shit is like fucking so fucking annoying. Now, yeah, I think boosting the blues is not the way you want to go. I think like this like sea green sort of thing is really cool. What got me interested in graphics programming? Um, I was pretty down in the dumps after a really like rough time in my life, and then I started doing some programming, like simulation stuff, and then I wanted to put it on the screen, and then I did that. And then I kind of had like this dream of this game that I wanted to make, this like really gritty dark horror game. And so I started making the engine for that. And that's how the Raycaster started out for my first game engine, and then from there I just kept going and going and going. And then I decided like, oh yeah, this is really actually fun to do this. I didn't really think that I was going to take it as far as I ended up taking it, but I think pumping saturation is actually bait. That's what I've learned doing this. I think pumping saturation is actually guaranteed bait. I think it's guaranteed bait. I think you can pump it like a little bit just for some grit, but I think pumping it a lot is just complete bait. Like if you take a look at this, right? Like this is like somewhat neutral. The reason why it looks so good is because it's kind of soaked in these really complementary hues, but overall it's not actually saturated. It just feels saturated. Like this feels saturated, but in reality, I mean, there is some color clipping going on here for sure, but I don't think that we're going to get there by just boosting saturation. So how do I make money? I don't make money. I'm deeply in debt, like to the point where I'm not allowed to have a bank account anymore because I'm that in debt. But yeah, I take jobs now and again, but they never work out because it's always like flipping fucking burgers. So I've tried to get a programming job and I failed. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to get one without a degree. So and after all, where are my other photos? That's a good question. No. Here. I want to see what the shadows are like. Like in this photo. Like what is the tone there? And try to match it here. I mean, it's definitely not as dark, right? But I'm kind of looking for... There's like green and reds in it. So that's what I'm going to boost. How do you do the... I think that what you have to do is you have to go to... it's not going to come up because we're not in fucking... I think it's an HDR grade where you can change the shadows. I think that that's what it is. You will pay me to use NixOS? Even with a degree, it's a joke. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is why I hate AI, right? I don't really care about AI, like, in like a philosophical sense of like, oh, you do no work and you get ahead of me because you use AI. No, I hate AI because it's actually just stealing people's jobs, just straight up, you know. But I don't think it's all AI. I think that we had an employment crisis in at least America for many years before AI. It's been getting worse, right? But most of the people I know, talented people, literally work at retail stores like Walmart and shit like that. Like very talented artists and people that I know. So yeah, it's a complete fucking joke. It's a complete fucking joke. There are no jobs in art anymore. And I consider computer graphics and game development, that's art, right? Like I'm still in art even though I code, right? That's how I consider it, but like there's no jobs in art and there hasn't been for many years. Should make a Ko-fi. I'm monetized on YouTube. So I do make some money, but not enough money where I can reopen my bank account and start paying off my debt. So until I get a regular job again, I won't be able to even reopen my bank account, so it's kind of useless anyway. Why does this not do anything? Sometimes it takes a while for it to catch up. Why does this not do anything? Oh, fuck. See, this is what I was saying. It takes a while for it to catch up. No, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what these do. If this is the saturation or whatever. Yeah, see, it takes a while for it to catch up sometimes. You're moving to your basement and making a 4chan account. I don't think that they have accounts on 4chan. I think that that's the whole point. The problem with making these is that I always end up overdoing it. I always end up overdoing it, no matter what I try. No matter what I try. Now I have to make it go to its own thing so that we can get to the Hue versus Sat. This is where I think I always fuck it up. Yeah, I mean, I haven't gone on 4chan since I was like in high school or whatever. It was always just like, I don't know. It's always very weird to me why anybody would use that. Like, I don't know. It's always very weird. Now, objectively, is this better than what we had? I mean, it's more bold, but I do think that the lift is bait. I think that that's what I think. I think the lift is totally bait. I think the lift fucks everything up. I kind of fuck with it. I kind of fuck with it. Yeah, I never know what to do with the hue versus hue, because I always fuck this up, because I think that this is about the hue of the other thing. That may be. I thought that these would be helpful, but it turns out that they aren't helpful at all, I think. These screenshots. I fuck with it. I fuck with it. I fuck with it. I mean, I think it's good, no? The offset is probably a bit too much. I think it's good, you know? All right, let's see what it's like in engine. Can you do it from here? LUT. No, I need a. I need to generate an LUT, sir. Here, generate LUT 33 point cube, and then we're gonna call it test 1. That's what we'll call it for the cube. All right, and go down here to where we were before, and we'll call it test 1. It made a bunch of them. I think that it's this one, but we'll see in a sec. I said maybe. Oh my god, stop it. You're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonder one. Yeah, this is it, alright. We're lagging because of DaVinci Resolve, I think. I think that is why we're lagging. We are lagging out the wazoo. Okay, so now we can do the comparison. This is without the lookup table, and this is with the lookup table. Let's get green in here too. It is really laggy because of DaVinci Resolve in the background. Thank you, DaVinci Resolve, for being one of these programs that takes my entire computer to run. Thank you, I appreciate it. Also, this happens when we lag, that we can't actually select both of them. So, yeah. But this is without the lookup table, and this is with the lookup table. Yeah, you know, I think I did a good job with it this time. To an in-game toggleable overlay, I honestly don't give enough of a shit to do that. I don't really care. The print statements aren't what's causing us to lag. It's one print statement every frame. It's just literally, this is one frame that print statements happen. So it's pointless to yeah, I think I did a good job with it this time. I like having print statements. I know that it pisses you off, but I really don't see any reason to render it as text. I really don't. Okay. I could have offset the blues, I guess a bit more. Because this does just feel like pitch black. I mean, although you do see the blue here, yeah. So maybe it is fine. What's interesting is that you see the green there. Yeah, I guess. Maybe I'll do it when, you know, it's like a project that I'm gonna like share or something, but like I don't see any like benefit to it at all for my purposes. The green is very You know, it goes everywhere. That's kind of crazy. I guess that it really does go out that far. I guess that the threshold is just really low on it. Yeah, it's probably just normal, to be honest. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I just kind of, I don't know. I definitely didn't go as far as I could have with it, but I think that that's probably, you know, fine. It looks a bit more vibrant in here than it does in there. But we didn't have the exact same lighting, so. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. I mean, I think it already looks pretty good. Maybe I shouldn't, you know, blow it up any further. Why does moving the contrast not do anything? It's probably just lagging. It's probably just lagging. Yeah. I think it looks good. I don't know why its naming convention is like this. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. I don't know why they do it like that. Let me try exporting it as test2 because I want to make sure that it exports. Should really have more descriptive names, I'm not gonna lie, but Okay, I mean, I think I've had a fucking enough of DaVinci Resolve, I'm not gonna lie. Having it open, because, you know, not being able to move around is kind of fucking annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the lag is so fucking annoying to deal with. Like, it really is. It really is so annoying. I think the tone mapping looks good for now. I'm happy with it. I'm plenty happy with it. Okay, yeah. So when the text menu comes up in where's the text menu? When the text menu comes up, there's some print statements that I want to get rid of, so it's annoying. Yeah, where is this thing? Yeah, here it is. I have some random print statements in here now. I can't find them. Maybe it didn't add all text boxes to draw buffer. What print re is it with the text menu open thing? No. No, it's not. Oh, you know what? It might be upload text boxes. Possibly. No. Alright, I have no clue where that printout is coming from. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that it would be in the editor for the text menu, but it's not there. Okay, that's gonna bother me. That is gonna bother me. Unless it is here and I don't see it. I don't know, I think I would see it. Because my my theme is very good at seeing strings. It is. It's over. It's down here. Okay. Yeah, I just had a global search for it. What do I want to work on next? I guess the text rendering stuff is still in its infancy. I don't really have an event system for it. What I wanted to do was make it so that we can change the resolution of everything. I think that would be fun. I think standardizing the SSAO and all of those effects to half render size would be nice. But for my purposes, I mean, I don't think I'm going to change the render size just because going to 1080p just isn't really realistic for me with the effects on. So, but I guess I can take care of that. It's not hard to do. It's just kind of annoying. Because I have to make a button that resizes the frame buffer, and now I have to, change the convention of everything to frame buffers instead of GLUINTs that are just sitting around, which never was, you know, supposed to be a final thing for the engine. It was just like having all these raw GLUINTs, but it just ended up being faster to code it this way. So I never really stopped to change things. So now we're just left with a lot of stuff that we have to clean up now. So yeah. A lot of stuff to clean up, I guess. We can get rid of this depth texture, I think. It shouldn't be used anymore. Yeah. That's the old depth texture. And now we have one on the G buffer. Yeah, anything that is a frame buffer with an attachment should go in a frame buffer struct, and then we have a resize frame buffer thing that does it. But the tricky thing with having a resize frame buffer thing is that you have to change all of the textures that are on them and all of the textures types, and so it becomes kind of a annoying thing if we have that abstraction. But now we need the abstraction because we want to change the size of the frame buffer. So before this it was fine, but now we have to do this. Is it GL enums? It should be, right? No, it's GLints. Fuck you. Somebody was saying earlier to me, I'm surprised that you don't have abstractions for all this stuff already, and I was just like, it just slows me down to make abstractions for this stuff. But now I can go back and I can just write a wrapper over it, and it doesn't matter. It's fine. It is fine. This is a GL enum. And we also need to have GLenum target in there. I think that should be fine. I don't think that I'm gonna write an abstraction for now over the rprobe FBO or anything complicated with like cube map arrays or anything. So I'm not gonna worry about that stuff because that stuff is more complicated. That stuff is way more complicated. I have 6 at max, and then I'll just have, why not just have a texture count? And we'll just have a and this is just going to take in the arguments, create a texture, and then just put and then just create the texture. How am I going to get the textures onto them though? We'll just call it after, yeah. So many arguments. Actually, you know what? Just take in the GL texture and then return the int. Take in the GL texture, yeah. And then just get the boilerplate for it. I meant to say mag filter. I don't have a width and a height. Now, what's the point of this abstraction? It's literally just so that we can resize it. Easy. And for now, we'll just do 2D textures. Using MSys, I use MinGW. I guess we can just go through the texture count and then just, I think that its GL color attachment 0+1 works fine. It should. That's how everything works in OpenGL, and so it should be fine. And then do the depth attachment down here. What is the text target for that? Oh, it's just texture 2D, yeah. And if we bind a 0, then it'll work itself. It'll work itself out. It'll work itself out. I think we want to have a different function for if it's a depth texture, actually. Also, this is supposed to be all target. God, I hate abstractions. I hate doing this. Could just also take in a Boolean. For if it's depth, if it isn't depth, or if it's using hardware PCF. Those are the 3 cases. Those are the 3 cases. Yeah. So let's do depth mode none, depth mode no hardware, depth mode hardware. Let's have a switch here. taken a switch on D. Is DaVinci Resolve still open? Okay. That's why my computer fan is still making noise. Whatever. Yeah, so if no hardware, then we use the compare mode. GL none. Otherwise, we do the hardware PCF thing. The abstractions had to happen at some point, but whatever. I'm just not gonna go overboard with it this time. That's gonna be the difference. Should I make a boolean for if it has a depth texture, or what? I mean, depth texture should be set to 0. I think that if you bind a 0 for the frame buffer texture, then nothing happens. So I think it's fine. It's probably fine. The tricky thing is that this depth texture is used at multiple points in the pipeline, and so we have to be careful with it. So I don't know how that's gonna work out actually, but whatever. We have 6 errors with this stuff to get rid of, so we have to. We're gonna do depth downsample FBO dot texture. Do I not actually initialize the texture for the rest of those? I did this late at night. I don't think I actually do. Oh. Huh. I guess I don't. Oh no, that's depth downsample. That's not the bloom downsample. I was confused. Downsample FBO dot. So this is what it's gonna look like, right? Is that you have to get this texture. And then fill it with values. And it's kind of annoying, right? Because now you have to do all of this, so. Writing OpenGL like this with like abstractions and stuff is exactly the reason why people hate OpenGL, is because they write it like this. If you write it without abstractions and just do the actual calls yourself, then there's no friction, no matter, at all. And so that's why I hate when people like shit on OpenGL, because all they've done with it is just do a lot of shitty abstractions. Like they haven't actually written it the way that it was meant to be written, kind of. But in this case, I do have to do the abstraction, so that is what it is. luckily, once we do this once, we can just copy and paste it pretty much. And actually, you know what? It would have probably been nice to put this in a function, because I thought like, oh, it's a ton of arguments, but at the end of the day, like, this is just gonna be a lot of polluting the namespaces and stuff. So should probably just, actually, that's what I'm gonna do. Because it'll make it a lot nicer to do it that way. Even though it seems stupid to do it that way. Now just return a texture, just return the texture, and let's just take in the arguments. Going back on my word with this. Okay. Sucks to do it. It really does suck to do it, but now all we have to do is make the texture here. Okay. So that's a massive function now. God, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. But what you can do now is just set it equal to that function. Here, inlay hints would actually be quite useful. I'm not gonna lie. Here they would be quite useful. It's like the only time they would be useful would be now. Oh, also we have to do the thing with the draw buffers for it. Where the fuck is that? I use it with my G buffer. Yeah, this. Really, we only have GL color attachments right now, so I'm just gonna simplify this. Because there's no need to complicate it right now. I don't think that there's going to be a case where we're gonna have something more complicated than this. There's just no case in which that would be complicated. We do have to remember though, when we set up the FBO, init FBO, we don't actually set the texture count explicitly, so we need to remember to set it here. Okay, so that's one done. And now the next one is the bloom pyramid. God fucking damn it. The bloom pyramid. What are we gonna do with you, bloom pyramid? What are we gonna do with you? Alright, so FBO, this FBO has a texture count of 1. That's what we're gonna do first. And then we want to go FBO texture 0 equals GL init GL texture, and let's grab this boilerplate. This is just gonna be, we're just gonna copy and paste in the stuff that we need to copy and paste in. And this isn't bloom width. This is FBO with FBO height. Okay, and let's see if our abstractions in here broke. They did, it seems like. We just need to go .I here to signify that those are the actual textures that we're targeting. because that's where the actual texture is stored in. Am I fixing GTA 6 leaks? No. I've never played GTA. Okay. Let's see how we're doing. The good thing is that we don't have to refactor everything all at once. We can just do it in chunks. I enabled the bloom, but it appears to not be working. 0.046. That seems to be wrong. Maybe it does matter. You have a typo. Stop LARPing, bro. Shut the fuck up. The fuck are you talking about? I have a typo? Where's my typo? No, yeah. Guessing that it's not an... Oh! No, I do gen the frame buffer and bind it, yeah. I do. Oh, do I not set the texture count? I may not set the texture count. I do set it. What? I can print out some stuff, I guess. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Is that... No, I think it is. I think that's fine. Yeah, that is fine. Huh. I guess I can print out the thing. A typo voice like you just can't stop listening to? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Did I miss something? Oh, I never set the text width and the text height. Yeah, that's probably it. Stupid pun. I'm sorry, I don't get it. I've got to stop opening spawns because it takes a while to do the lightmap UVs. Okay, so bloom is happening. It's hard to tell. I don't think that it's bright enough for us to tell. Yeah, the bloom is happening. That's the bloom. Just to make sure and cross our... Oh, we aren't applying our lookup table. There we go. That's the bloom for sure, right? Yeah. Okay. It is working, it is working, it is working. How do I do this every day? Well, I didn't stream for the past 2 days. So. I had to take a break. I was getting in a bad mood. But I find it enjoyable to work on this stuff. I don't really consider it like a job, you know? It's just kind of what I enjoy doing, so I don't really think about it too intensely. I may have to use the bathroom actually here soon, so I may have to take a break. But yeah. I got rid of some stuff here when I was debugging it. I just want to make sure that this is correct. I think it is. It's still fine. Oh yeah, I changed this. This should still work, right? The bloom. I'm just doing abstractions right now for frame buffers and stuff like this. I just want to make it so that we can resize things in real time. It's kind of boring, to be honest, but it needs to get done eventually. Like, there's no world in which we don't do it, you know? The bloom is happening? Yeah, it's still happening. Early the bloom was happening on the sky. Oh yeah, it is happening now. Okay, so we did the first refactor for the first FBO, and that wasn't that painful. We don't have a lot of, you know, abstractions for a lot of things, but we do need to abstract now. Now the question is, what do we want to do next? Which one do we want to do next? We have to do all of them eventually. I think that we do the main FBO next. That one is probably the most important one for us to be able to resize. So we're just gonna take this that pattern and just put it up here, and instead of depth downsample, we will make it main, and the main FBO will have render width, render height, and we need to make it a thing. I'm gonna take a second to use the bathroom, but I'll be back in like 5 minutes, okay? I absolutely need to for my health, so. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, this is what happens with fucking coffee. This is what happens with coffee. Okay. Hopefully that works. Wow, so clean now. It's so clean. It's disgusting. I hate it. Abstractions are disgusting. I hate them. I hate all of them. It's disgusting. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. We're gonna have a lot of errors in here. We need to bind main fbo.texture0.i. That is how we get the texture now. It's annoying, I know, but that's how we get the texture now. Okay. Now this depth pre-pass depth texture doesn't even exist anymore. Doesn't even exist anymore. So we have to get rid of it. And now we have to resolve all of these errors. This one is going to go to main fbo.depthTexture.i. Can't believe this kid just came in here and told me to stop LARPing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? It's like, it's so crazy to me because it's like every time I like interact with like teenagers, right? It's like they don't get why I don't like them and don't like their shit, right? But and then they just come into my fucking abode and just like, you know, call me a boomer or whatever. It's just like crazy to me. It's like, bro, it's just, who said that? Some guy. But I can tell you with 100% certainty that this guy's like, you know, a teenager or whatever. But yeah, it's just so crazy to me. It's really crazy. Redefinition. But I mean, maybe I am a boomer. I don't know. Maybe I'm not cool, but dude, it's just okay. Let's see if we render anything, or if I fuck this up. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. It's exactly what I was afraid of. Yeah. Nobody likes teenagers, not even teenagers. Yeah. True. Okay. Okay. Shit. Well, I don't know where we fucked up, but honestly, we could just debug it by just doing it, just do it, I appreciate you saying that I'm cool, by the way. By just doing it without TAA and SSR, and just see if we get anything here. Okay, no, we don't get anything. We get nothing at all. So it's either the depth texture just doesn't work or something. Maybe there's something that I totally forgot about when I did this. Hold on a second. Wait a sec. No. We're being stupid. We're being so stupid. We're still binding main FBO or some shit like that. We're binding render FBO. Oh no, that should be fine. Render FBO should be the main FBO. There's somewhere where I'm not doing it. Oh god, this is so awful. This is why I don't like refactoring shit like this, because it always ends up fucked up. Is it crazy that I'm just about to do the sky only? Let's just only do the sky. Just... yeah, let's just do the sky, I guess. It sucks, but let's just literally just comment out everything other than the sky, just so that we can be assured that we're writing to a texture, I guess. So we do this when TAA is off. We do just render straight to the main texture. Yeah, that is the hard truth of it. I don't necessarily think it's values. I just think that young people think that they know more than they actually do. And I was the same way when I was a teenager. Like, I was very sure of myself, even though I shouldn't have been. Oh, wait a second. That would be why. That would be why. Actually, let's just... That would be why. That would be why. I was exactly... Yeah, exactly, yeah. I was very much like, I thought that I had it all figured out, you know? But I really did. I had no clue what the fuck I was talking about. And I was like super pretentious about art and the shit that I like. And honestly, like, I liked pretty cool stuff. Like, I had good taste in art and stuff, but I was definitely like so dismissive about like other people's beliefs and like, you know, the reason why they do things, you know, like I was super like close-minded. I think that's just kind of how you end up when you're young. But yeah, but that's why I don't like to judge like younger people, because I know, like, I've been there, right? So I get it. But I also harbor some intense annoyance with it, because they are often mean to me now at my age, right? And they're getting meaner. Like every year where I get older, they get more and more kind of, you know, they don't like me as much, you know, just in general. Like, I don't know what it is, but yeah. It sucks because I like to be like the cool uncle sort of guy. I've had that relationship with like, you know, my ex's sisters and things like that. I like having that relationship a lot with younger people, but it's very seldom that that I get that reciprocated, I guess, you know. I wonder how we're going to do the point light shadows CMA. If we can do it. Because this is GL text storage 3D, so. Only the narrow version ones. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think that that's always been a thing. I don't think that it's just these days, you know. Like I wasn't around in like the 80s or 90s, right? But like all I hear from my parents about that time was like the same thing with like teenagers, right? Like it's not just about like rebellion, it's just that I think that that's just the nature of being young. Like it goes way back, you know, in like culturally. It's not, I don't think it's like a new thing, right? We can just make a separate function that does this, because I don't really want to have to do that, I guess. Or actually no, we don't even, we just allocate it once. We just allocate it once, but we allocate it with this specific size. So if we change that size ever, then we'd have to delete the texture and create a new one, which is fine. It is fine. It's just that the target itself would have to change. You know what I could do is I could just, I mean, this is kind of going out of our depth here a little bit, but in init GL texture, what I could technically do is if the target is like GL texture cube map array, then we could do something else instead of GL text image 2D, right? I could do this, but the tricky thing here is that I would need to still have this argument, which is the depth, right? So I need to know the amount of layers that we're doing. I could just take it in as an argument. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that to keep it in one function. That's what I'm going to do. So that everything is, you know, together. Now this one for the number of MIP levels, you kind of want to take that in as well. It says that it's levels. Let's just call it levels, sure. Actually, this should be D. Oh, but we have depth mode. So just do int D. Call this depth mode. And then this becomes the depth. And all of our texture cube map arrays will be GL text storage 3D instead of GL text image 3D. And that's just what we'll do, because it's the simplest way to move forward with it. We want levels. I think that's glint. I'm just going to check here. GL size I. Actually, the width and the height are as well. Are all of the width and the height? Yeah, it is. So we have to change the type. Okay, now we have to refactor this shit. So the depth will be 0 and the levels will be 0 for all of these. Although technically the levels would be 1, but we're not going to worry about it too much, because those don't need it, at least for right now. Okay, so now we have it so that we could technically do the point light shadows FBO as a thing. Theoretically, we have to think about it here. It's not going to be easy, but we can hopefully do it. We're just going to take the pattern down here. I don't know why I'm choosing to do the point light shadows one, because this is like a big fish. Not an easy win by any stretch of the imagination. We have to change point light shadows. We got to get rid of CMA, and we're turning this to a frame buffer. And we're gonna put that in here. Make sure to initialize it to 0. Okay, so we're gonna start it with point light shadows size, but now we're gonna be able to resize this during runtime, which is the whole point of it. It doesn't have a texture, so this count goes to 0. It has a depth texture, and the depth texture is a GL texture cube map array. It has a 16 bits, and it is linear because it's doing hardware PCF. And I set it to clamp to edge because that's what the Learn OpenGL example says, although I assumed that it was clamped to border before. And then this one does have hardware on it, and the depth will be C 6 times max point light shadow CMA. That's the amount of cube map arrays, and 1 level, and that should do it. And this draw buffer and read buffer, we need to have it as well, and this is going to go down here when we init our FBO. We're going to say if FBO texture count is 0, then we have no draw buffer or read buffer, and we're only depth. That's how that works. And now theoretically we should be able to get rid of that. Theoretically. My dad used to say that a lot. Theoreticallys, or whatever. He would always have his, you know, little theoreticallys. Okay. So we have some errors here that we need to resolve. So point light shadows CMA goes to point light shadows FBO dot depth texture dot I. And that is what we're going to replace everything with, all of the texture stuff at least. No more matches? Okay. Okay. And now we have to change the FBO to point light shadows FBO dot FBO. Border color undeclared. Okay, so I commented out this border color and we use it in another texture. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay. I'm not sure if I did this correctly. Hold on a second. I use GL frame buffer texture, not texture 2D. What? What? What the fuck is the argument? It's not telling me in my LSP, it's annoying. GL depth attachment, the name of the texture, and 0. Oh, fuck. I don't think that that's the problem, though, to be honest. Okay, we're switching models because it takes so long to compile every time. It just takes fucking forever. So we have to switch models. Okay. This should probably come first, but okay. Oh, hold on. Are we good now? No. No, we aren't good. Everything's shadowed. Fuck. It's my first time using hardware comparisons. There's something that I'm not seeing. Just if we ever make this its own function, just to make sure. But definitely not seeing it. Whatever is the problem. God, it's gonna be so stupid once I figure this out. I set it to depth mode hardware, so it should do this. Unless I'm not setting it to... No, I do set it to texture cube map array. This is... Unless I reallocate this somewhere, this texture, I reallocated it somewhere else. But I don't think I did. I do not think I did. Could it be how I'm sampling it? Okay, well, it's time to print some stuff out, I guess. I guess it's time to print some stuff out. We could try to... Here's what we can try. We can try to hard code it into here. We could say point light shadows fbo dot depth texture. Just put it into here. Just put it into here. Just hard code it. Just to see if something changes. Okay, so it does change it. So something is not going right in there then. Let's try getting rid of GL draw buffers and this. Or yeah, just get rid of this. Just hard code, get rid of this. Oh, wait a second. This is not supposed to be depth texture.target. This is supposed to be depth texture.format. No, this is this. So it's either on the creation of the depth texture or the FBO. Oh, fucking Christ. It's one or the other. Okay. So this is still wrong. Maybe get rid of generate mint map. Just like, what else could be different here? I'm so fucking... Is there something stupid that I'm missing here? Like, what the fuck? I did not think that I was gonna get stuck on this today. I need to see if I get in this, I guess. I guess. We do. Okay, I mean the next step would be to do this just with just this. That would be the next step, to try that. And that doesn't work. So then it has to be the initialization then of the texture. I bet that if you do this down here and then just initialize the texture like this, then it works fine. But there's something stupid that I'm not doing here? Like what? Oh my god, fucking Christ, I renamed this fucking... Dude, that just tilted the fuck out of me. Holy shit, I need to take a mental reset after that. Oh, I renamed this variable to dm from d, and I forgot to fucking change it, so it was like that. That pisses me off. I apologize for wasting everybody's fucking time. That sucks. I'm sorry. I am sorry. That fucking blows. And now we've wasted like 30 minutes. So it happens, I guess. It happens. But yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. That really sucks. Yeah, we should move from shadow map size from being defines as well as point light map size and all that. That should all be this. It should all be externed. I don't know what I had it at before. I think it was like 128 or 256 is one of those two. Now you could just refer to the actual FBO size actually. Yeah. We could just refer to the actual FBO size and then just change the FBO size. And then change the default. Yeah, you know what? Let's just rename them to default and then we can change them. Let's just rename it to default. So when we initialize it first, then we'll just set it to default, and then every time we refer to it after that in render, for example, we'll just use the FBO width and the FBO height. You know what I was thinking? Maybe I should switch to Vulkan. Is that funny? Did I make you laugh there? Well, this we have to wait to fix. I don't know what shadow map temp is. Probably isn't important. He says as he ruins his whole fucking code base. Classic, classic. Really, the frame buffer itself shouldn't have a width and a height. I just kind of realized that, but cross that bridge, cross that bridge. So the width and the height is just the viewport size, right? Just the viewport size. This is why I don't refactor anything. Because it always causes fucking problems. Oh, we need the border color. I'm just gonna set the border color once here, hard coded. I don't really care, to be honest. Like, fuck that. What am I missing? I'm missing depth. Hey bro, how's it going? It's going good. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate the ask. Means a lot. I hope you're doing good as well. Okay. I'm just gonna do this, just hard coded once, because I can't really be fucked to, well, thanks for appreciating the ask. Thanks for thanking me appreciating the ask. Yeah, but it needs to be applied every time. Oh, shit. Dang, yeah. Yep. The thank youception. Dude, do I even give a shit about the border color? Because if I do, then I have to add another fucking parameter to this fucking function. And another thing. Dude, you're really throwing a wrench into my plans here. I hate OpenGL. Fuck OpenGL. For real, making a game engine? I am. I have been. Yeah. Yeah. I think that we will do it. I hate to do it though. I really do. This is a GL float pointer. Const GL float pointer. In C indeed. On GitHub, no. My GitHub is reserved for pretty much finished projects. I don't really put stuff on GitHub that's currently in like, I have kind of like quality standards with it. Like, the stuff that's on my GitHub is optimized code, like good code. So I don't usually, if it gets to a point where I'm proud of it, then I'll put it on GitHub. But not there yet. It's still a mess. Still is a fucking mess. But if you have any specific questions, then I'm happy to answer. That's all I have to say about that. That is all I have to say about that. Okay. And now we have the ability to change the size of our shadow map in real time. Fuck. And all of the other ones too. We just have to make the UI that does it. Oh, we're done. Okay, so let's just make sure that I didn't fuck anything up. Okay, so in camera.c and in init.c. Init.c we have some. Oh, wait, default. Okay, and in camera we update the camera that does the directional shadow map. So That's obviously relevant, and we just do shadow map fbo.width. Okay, very happy about it. Very happy about it. Very happy. Very happy. Okay, so far so good. Yeah. This is working. This is working. Okay. Okay, so that's handled. The abstraction for that is handled. Now we can do the G buffer. The G buffer is a fun one. The G buffer is a fun one. Yeah, we need to do the G buffer because that actually controls our rendering height and rendering width. It's based on that. Yup. And these are also based on render width and render height. Yup. Yeah, when we change render width and render height, we have to change a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff needs to get changed. I'm just looking at it all. We need to change the TAA stuff because the TAA is done at full res. We need to change that buffer. And that's about it. That's the lightmap, doesn't matter. Yeah, the lightmap frame buffer obviously doesn't matter. You know, we're not ever going to resize that. Or, well, we would, but those textures are created in, you know, when we bake it, so they're not really their own thing. Okay, so this one's going to have a lot of boilerplate to it because there are a lot of textures in it, obviously, because it's a G buffer. In fact, what I will do right now, just for clarity in the code, this is kind of necessary. We're going to have a enum that is the G buffer texture names. Okay, and so our first one is going to be G normal, G albedo, which G albedo we don't even use, by the way. So that we may get rid of that. G extra and G vel. So those are our G buffer, and in that order because we want to make sure that we're always referring to them in that order. The good thing is that we don't actually have to do a depth texture for this one because this depth texture uses the other one. So yeah, so actually, okay, so let's get started here. So do I not call it a G buffer? Oh no, I call it depth prepass. Yeah, prepass FBO. We need to rename this. Depth prepass FBO. This should be renamed to G buffer. G buffer FBO. And get rid of all of these. Okay. So now we've set this up. So this is G buffer, and It's gonna have render width and render height. It has a texture count of 4 for now. And now we're just going to do all of this. So the depth texture for gbuffer FBO is literally just going to, we're going to set it to equal the main FBO dot depth texture and just copy the struct itself because it's the same texture. We don't even have to set it up again. So now we're going to do galbedo. Once again, don't know if this is even going to be a thing anymore. Use gextra because the galbedo was used when I was doing SSR as a prepass, but now it's not a prepass anymore, so we don't even use it. We don't even use albedo, but apparently it's useful for other stuff. So far away, far away. All of this stuff should be nearest. All of it should be nearest. Okay. So 16F for the first one, then RGB 8. Unsignaled apple. I always laugh when I see that. I don't know why that's a thing. Unsignaled apple. Why is the apple unsignaled? Someone's got to signal to the apple that it's got to stop. Far away. Oh man, my fucking my fucking heart, this little heart of mine. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me take a break for a second. I've got to do something. All right. I had to do something there. Yeah, I sometimes get this this pain on my left side. It's very concerning. It just happens, bro. It just fucking happens, dude. I don't know what's up with it. But that's alright. Okay, this is probably going to be the one that goes wrong, to be honest, because it's hooked up to fucking everything. So yeah. Wonder why I use albedo in the SSR shader. I don't even think that I use it, right? Yeah, no references found. Well, I mean, it's... Or do I? Galbedo. Huh. 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 Yeah. Oh, no, I use UC here. I don't even use albedo. Oh, I use it for the F0. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so we do need the albedo. Okay, I forgot about that. I did forget about that. My bad, my bad, my bad. My bad, my bad. G normal and G extra. Okay, almost done. Almost done. G vel. Okay, almost done. G vel, and that is it. That is it. And now we have the fruits of our labor, right? The fruits of our labor, right? Right. Yes, the fruits of our labor. Now, I may have made a mistake somewhere, but I'm not going to actually be able to know if I made a mistake. Hey, we can check out the SSR. We can force SSR to be ridiculous. Okay, it looks like we did everything correctly. So... I'm just going to assume that we're fine. I need to work on the TAA on the reflections themselves, you know. Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Okay. It's one of those things where if we fuck it up, it's going to cause big problems. Big problems. Big problems. Okay. Now the last thing that we need to change for us to resize the main rendering resolution would be actually the SSR history texture, which is actually has nothing to do with SSR at all anymore. Just to be clear, it's actually technically the TAA. Technically speaking. Technically a TAA ping pong. So we should really rename that. So instead of SSR history FFBO, we're going to have 2 frame buffers called TAA FBO. Now, is it exactly just for TAA? No, but at the end of the day, that's what it accomplishes, okay? So we're not going to worry too much about the specifics, okay? Okay. So let's get this going, huh? let us get this going. Okay, so let's get rid of that. I don't know what that's doing. That's kind of worrisome. Okay, so let's get this going, huh? So we want to be editing the TAA FBO. And it will go to render width and render height. And it will have a texture count of 4, of not 4. I don't know what the fuck I'm smoking, of 1. And it will have linear. The bitmaps obviously don't matter. Depth mode none, and that is it. That is actually it. And this is going to be 0, obviously. And then we just do that for 1. And then we just call init FBO on TAA FBO 0 and TAA FBO 1. And it's like the same amount of code, but neater. And yeah. And now we just have to refactor this stuff. So it's going to be TAA FBO dot FBO. That's how you get the texture. And then this one is cur history. Okay, now let's see if we did this correctly. Okay. I think we have TAA. We do. We definitely do. Maybe I should stop the jiggling on these now. Also, the depth of field fucks with this really bad. Which is interesting. How the depth of field... I think that it's depth of field that's fucking with it. Yeah. I wonder why. Oh, probably because it's... Oh, yeah, we have to overlay it afterwards. That's why. We probably have to overlay it afterwards in the post-processing, the text. Oh, we do. Oh, it's not text, though. It's not on its own frame buffer. Oh. Maybe it should go on its own frame buffer then, honestly. We could put it on the same FBO as the text, actually. That might be the best solution, actually. Like, honestly. Would be to put it on the text FBO. I just got rid of the text stuff because it was bothering me that it was on the screen like that. But you just get rid of it like this and then keep the text. Keep it on the text stuff. And then for the wireframe, vertices, we can just use unjittered projection now, and that should take away the jitter for the things. Very simple. I kind of like the jitter though, it's kind of cool, to be honest. Dude, the depth of field stuff is so crazy. It's so much fun to play around with. It is so much fun to play around with. Okay, so now we should be able to change the resolution of everything. Theoretically. I mean, not everything, because we don't have, right, depth of field size isn't its own thing. We don't have bloom as its own thing, right? But this stuff is all happening at half render resolution anyway. So we could just make it that this stuff gets sized to half rendering resolution no matter what. Which, I don't know what the solution is. Basically, my depth buffer gets downsampled to half resolution to be better on cache, memory wise, for fetches on the lower resolution things. So it's way more efficient for this stuff to be at half res, because then it gets to use the downsampled frame buffer and gets like way better, way more cache hits. But that only works if it's at half res. Now, what I could do, which would probably be a smart thing, actually, yeah, a pretty smart thing, would be, instead of just straight up using the depth down sample FBO, what we could do is we could just take the SSAO, bounds size, and then see if it's half of rendering resolution. And if it is, then we use the downsample FBO. But otherwise, then we just use the rendering resolution. That's what I could do. I think that's a smart thing to do, actually. That is a smart thing to do. It would require me to refactor the other ones, though. I'd have to refactor the SSAO. That would be smart to do. I need to figure out what I'm testing against. If I'm going to test against the main FBO dot, instead of render width and render height, if we test the main FBO, yeah, I think that's what we do. We check the main FBO now. Like, instead of using gbuffer FBO, we should be using gbuffer FBO dot width dot height here. And so what we could do here for this is, if SSAO width is equal to main FBO dot width divided by 2, there. And that's going to be the pattern for everything, right? But yeah. Everywhere there's render width and render height, we should be using the main FBO sizes, even if they are going to be the same every time. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't hurt no matter what to do this on, you know, to refactor the frame buffer for it. It's just kind of a pain in the ass, I'm not gonna lie. It really is. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not really that bad. But go Dust, thank you. Thank you, Mika. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything that I needed to take care of, right? Okay. Okay, so moving on here, we want to start it at our default SSAO width and height. We're gonna have a texture count of 1, and we have it with these settings. It is linear, clamp to edge, and yep. Okay, and we are initting the FBO like that, and then we do the same thing for the blur FBO. Is that the way we stand? It's just a game to you, but I miss you. You know I'm such a... Okay, so this should be, it is the same settings, right? Yeah. Okay, so this should be done actually. This is not that complicated to do. This one is pretty easy. This one to refactor. All we have to worry about is just replacing, obviously, SSAO blur FBO.width .height. SSAO texture goes to SSAO FBO dot texture 0.i, and then this one goes to SSAO FBO dot width SSAO FBO dot height. Okay. Now, theoretically, we should be good. We don't want to do divided by 2, obviously. Okay. In render.c we have you got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Okay, so I can't see the SSAO, so I'm just going to make it so that we can see the SSAO. And yeah, it's there. It's those dark spots along the walls and shit. You can see it. It's not very apparent right here, but you know, it is a thing. Okay. That's that taken care of. Do I really have enough brain power to keep going through all of this and do the DOF stuff and then the bloom and then it's just torture. This is torture to me. I don't know how people just like sit down and this is the coding they do. Like, let's make some OpenGL abstractions, guys. It's gonna be fun. Like, bro, this shit is so lame. This shit is the part of programming that I hate. It's like literally like this is what working in an office is like. You're just putting shit in drawers. It's so annoying. We actually, you know what? We actually only have 5 more FBOs to do. So we might as well just get it done. Not including the rprobe stuff. And the text. That text doesn't matter. We really only have 5 more to do, so we might as well do them. Even though it's really not what I want to do, we might as well do it. It is annoying though. I don't take a lot of pleasure in doing it, no. You got me wrapped in... To be fair, this is what like one of those things that I should have done earlier. You know what I mean? But I was lazy. Well, I wasn't lazy. I think that, to be honest, abstractions come last. Like in my last engine, I did so many abstractions up front because I enjoyed kind of having everything really neat and clean, but it slowed me down. Like that engine took like 6 months to get to a place that I'm like, you know, way past already, you know, like way past. So I like, it's, I mean, of course I know more now, but also I think it's just the abstractions just slow you the fuck down, because it's like whenever you make a new frame buffer, you have to like make a frame buffer struct and then call all the functions, and then, you know, if you're just coding like how I code now, it's just like I just make the GL uint, extern it, and then just do it, you know, like just very simple. That's how I prefer to do things now. But I do require abstractions to be able to resize FBOs. So that's why we're doing it, because I want to be able to resize the rendering resolution during runtime. You got me wrapped around your finger. Because it's just that time. It is just about that time. Should I just do the rest of them while we're here? Nah, we have to check after every single one because I don't want to fuck it up. I'm really scared of fucking it up, actually. Ah, fuck. I fat fingered it. See, this is why I don't press F in the search, because I always fat finger. And then it's always embarrassing. Oh, we aren't even blurring SSR. I don't think. Huh. Just gonna leave that note there. You got me wrapped around your finger. Oh, fuck. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Yeah, the SSR seems good to me. So that one's set up nicely. You got me wrapped around your finger. So now it's the DOF stuff and then the bloom stuff, and then we're pretty much through it. Just gotta get through that. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. We're getting there. We're getting there. We are getting there. Bokeh? Dude, the depth of field stuff has to be like the coolest thing I've programmed. I don't know since when, but probably in a long time. Maybe not in a long time. I've been coding some pretty cool shit lately, but I just feel like it's just so cool. It's so fucking cool. Like, it really makes it feel real. And turning the engine to 24 FPS is probably like the best decision I've made ever. It is really fucking cool. It is really fucking cool. We're zooming right now. We are fucking zooming, my friends. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. I thought that I was wrong. Now I can just call resize frame buffer on any of this stuff, and we'll just resize it, right? That's the whole point. thought nothing could go wrong, but I was wrong. Things wouldn't be so confused, and I wouldn't feel so used. Yeah, it's working. You got me wrapped around your finger. Okay, we're almost done. Now the bloom blur doesn't even get used, by the way. This doesn't even get used. This isn't even a real thing. So all we actually care about is the bloom FBO. Will be done and dusted. I feel like the engine is pretty solid right now. I still need UI system, UI events. I need sound. I need like an event system, right? I need entity behavior stuff so that, you know, you can interact with things. But a lot of that stuff is going to be inside of the game itself. So a lot of the engine stuff is pretty much done. So there isn't like a lot of like, I need to implement this rendering now, or, you know, all of that stuff is really done. What needs to get done is kind of like the stuff that pertains to the game side of the engine, right? The rendering stuff is done. It's not going to change, like the pipeline, right? It's done. What will change is like the game part of it. Like I need to work on assets, and I need to work on models so that, and I need to work on interaction things so that you can click on things, and you know, but the engine itself is kind of finished, which is honestly, this is how my other engine ended up. That engine was kind of finished, and then I didn't know what to do with it, and then I kind of just quit working on it. So I'm gonna try to avoid that this time, but I have no clue, you know, how I'm going to avoid it, because the engine is cool, but the whole point of the engine is to make something with it, and if I can't do that, then I don't know. Why is Bloom FBO not here? Oh. What? Oh, I used the Bloom Pyramid. Oh, so this isn't even useful. Oh, this isn't even useful. Oh, okay. So that was a waste of time completely. That was, well, that's like 5 minutes of my life that I'm never going to get back, so that sucks. Okay, so then really the only thing that's left that could technically be resized is the text FBO and the R probes. The R probes are hard. I don't really know how to comb through all of this. It's very complicated how it's set up. The text thing I can do really quick. It's really not going to be hard at all. I might as well do it while I'm in the zone of doing this. Okay. Okay, so replace main with text FBO and this will be text width and text height. Okay, and we need to init the FBO. This, I set it to RGBA 8 for it being fast. And text FBO, and that should theoretically just work. Now we just have to hook this up here. Text FBO dot FBO, text FBO dot width, text FBO dot height. Obviously need to change this as well. Dot height, dot width, and did I do it? No, we need this texture. Text FBO dot texture 0 dot I. Oh, I don't have the text rendering actually enabled. I didn't comment it in. Okay, all of the FBOs are now FBOs, which means that we can do fun resizing things with them. That's the whole purpose, is that. And so now we can bring up the this NK layout row. See, I don't know row begin. Row static. I need to layout row end. This is exactly, so I need a layout row end here. And then we have the ability to do NK layout row dynamic with two, and then we'll have buttons for each one. And so this, this will be is an NK property I called render width, or res width and res height. We need to also put this onto editor settings. Res width and res height. And so this will start at 0 and go up to, I think, probably 10,000. I don't know how fast people have their screens nowadays, but and then res height, and then this is going to be res height. Res width, okay. And now on the buttons down here, we will have 5 buttons, and each of them will control a separate target for our rendering, right? So let's have a bunch of NK button labels. Let's have an NK label first of all. So this will change the rendering resolution. This will change, let's say, oh no. Oh no. It appears that my nail bed does not want to be on my finger anymore. Well, that's cursed. I don't know why that is. Is it because I'm typing too hard? Oh no. It feels funny now. I didn't do anything to it. Whoops. My bad. Yeah, that is my, actually this finger is my enter finger. So if I press enter too much, I guess things get gnarly, huh? Don't die, dustmite. Live. Live. I don't think that the TAA resolution matters. The TAA resolution has to be a rendering resolution. At least I'm fairly sure. But yeah, this is this. Ow. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It just kind of feels weird. I'll just use a different finger for enter for now. Really, that should be on the... Hello? There we go. Okay, so now we can just delete the texture and then remake it. That's what we're just gonna do. Now, you could probably do this without doing it. You could probably just call it over it, but I want to cross my I's and dot my T's, okay? Do you call GL delete frame buffers? Yeah. Okay. So change FBO resolution is fine now. I think, however, a lot is going to have to change when you change the rendering resolution, not just changing the FBO, because other things rely on the main frame buffer resolution. So we have some dependencies to clear up. I think other FBOs probably need to change with it, which is sort of frustrating. We have to think about those and get that sort of sorted beforehand before we jump into this. The TAA FBOs might need to get resized as well. Do I have it that they could be? No, I don't have it that they could be separate. I think that the TAA stuff has to go with it. But I'm just going to, you know. This should be this. That should be that. Depth downsample has to go down. The G buffer FBO also has to go down. Because G buffer has to be the same size as the rendering resolution. That's just the rule. So first of all, let's put this in the header. Shit. I just realized something. When we regenerate the G buffer, we need to reuse the depth texture, but shit. We need to reuse the depth texture, so we need to not generate a new FBO, or not generate a new depth texture just for that one. Ah, shit. Yeah, that kind of throws a wrench in my whole plan here. Fuck. Because it's going to see that it's greater than 0. And it's also going to delete it. Which is not good. I hate to make a function that skips the depth. But I think that's what we have to do. This is nasty, but you still want to delete the depth, though. Or no, you don't. You don't. You don't. Or well, it doesn't matter because it would be deleted. Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to. This is kind of nasty, but it's the way that I'm going to do it. Okay. That's the way we'll keep it for now. That's the way we'll keep it for now. And then the depth down sample has to be half of it. And that should change that. Hopefully the SSAO and that stuff is just very simple. Oh, the bloom is annoying because you have to do the pyramid. You have to literally do the pyramid scheme. Also, these all have... Oh, no, they don't. I'm just being dumb. I should just make a function that does it. No, we won't. I'll just do this. Okay. Oh. Layout row type doesn't... Hey, what's up, Anna? How's the grading? Yeah, it's good. I can show what it looks like right now in Sponza. I learned, unfortunately, that you are supposed to have gamma applied beforehand because I don't know what format it is. I set it to whatever the Rec 701 is in DaVinci Resolve. So this is what the lookup table looks like right now. I've gotta find a way to get these lights over here, because I've been fucking with my controls, and that's why I'm rusty with the controls, because I've been trying to change them so that they're less shitty, but then my muscle memory for the controls is gone, so then I have to deal with that. So this is what my current lookup table looks like. And without it, it looks like this. So it's much more subtle now. But I might play around with it more. I think it definitely looks better than without, at least in my opinion. Without, I guess, is more kind of realistic lighting, but I like the color on mine. The greens especially look good, I think. I made the greens kind of like a sea green sort of thing. What the fuck is that? Okay. Well, that's a big bug. That is a big bug that I need to fix now. Okay. I've been messing around with other stuff. I think you should do a cube, yeah. I think cube is what everybody does. Okay, so which is that? I'm going to assume that that's point light shadows that are broken. I've been working on changing the resolution of things and making things dynamic, so I definitely have made a mistake now somewhere with the point light shadows. We're lagging because the stupid fucking DaVinci Resolve is still open. Close it. Yeah, this isn't as loud as it goes. You want to see how loud it goes? Come on, do the thing. There we go. Yeah. That it's just like I said, it's just like obj. Okay, so point light shadows are broken, and I don't know how to fix it. Okay, so let's figure it out then. What could be going wrong with the point light shadows? Well, let's try doing something really quick. Let's try reverting it to this, and then see if it has to do with the hardware PCF stuff, or if we're reading it wrong somewhere. We could be reading it wrong somewhere as well. So that is possible. It's not Windows that's killing it. Windows made the machine. That's why we're running Windows on it. Wait, hold on a second. Oh no, it's a depth texture, right? I'm not sure how it determines that. Well, when you export it, you can set a size. It says 33 on the top of the cube format. Apparently I have a lot of cubes in here. At the top of this thing it says LUT 3D size 33. Yeah. Okay, now it's not doing it. Okay, so let's just check if that was it. We can hard code it for now. But I'm guessing that there is something that function is not doing. Do you think that this is a high precision enough to store SDFs? Why would that be something that you would want to do? I know it's not fucking doing it. No, it's not fucking doing it. It's gonna be one of these bugs where it's fucking really hard to recreate it. God, like what the fuck is the problem? Yeah, I've got no clue. Yeah, I guess we'll have to figure it out later when it pops up again. But yeah, it is weird. I mean, possibly. I don't know why it's any different than just storing it as a texture 3D, you know. Like it's the same thing. Domain min and domain max. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure. I just parse in literally the numbers. I don't think mine has that. Oh fuck, there it is. Fuck is that? Yeah, I don't think that that's a problem with the format, to be honest. God fucking damn it. I don't think that that's a problem with the format. That's probably just acne. That's what it looks like, acne. Just write it to binary. I mean, unless you want to edit them, but I mean, binary is the fastest, smallest format you can get. Yeah. Huh. I guess that there's an edge case then. Try with no normal bias. Oh, it's just worse. Oh, yeah. The thing is, it's in such a weird pattern that you don't want to do that. I wonder if it's something that we fucked up when we were changing all the resolutions. Yeah, I mean, you should just write things to binary. Like, my map save and load is all in binary. It's the fastest, simplest, cleanest way to deal with, you know, with data. I say we go back to basics and see if we can recreate the bug. Then just do it like this. Just recreate it by hand, and then see. Because if it gets, then it was a bug the whole time, right? Then it was a bug the whole time if it still goes through. Yeah, I mean, I guess. But, I mean, I don't think that you should have, like, triangle data, obviously. You'd have something like GLTF where you have a JSON, but also, of JSON, but also a binary component. But do you store it in binary? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, scene data is in settings, it's fine. But for actual, like, triangle data, and I would assume that the SDF data would also fall under that sort of high float precision sort of thing, where you would want that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it seems to be a weird edge case. I don't think that it's anything that we did today. Never store triangle data in a GLTF. Right. Yeah. I mean, this is what I was saying, though, is that you can have both. Right? You can have, like, a GLTF setup where you have both binary and JSON. That's what I'm saying. But that's why I'm saying that it would make sense for you to have the SDFs as binary, because it's the most tightly packed, most efficient way of storing the data, right? In the same way that the triangle data, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not that difficult. It's not. It's very simple. Yeah. I did change this, so this should be fine. I wonder if it has something to do with the unjittered stuff versus the... But I don't even use the projection here. I use it VP times pause. So I pre-multiply it, yeah. And the proj I make, I might try 24. I mean, looking at this, I don't think that there's anything that I'm doing wrong. Yeah, it sucks. You know, my save and load function is very, very, very long. Very, very, very long. Yeah. Let's try to get rid of front face culling. Alright, peace out. I may make everything look like shit, but at least we'll have a chance to see if front face culling has to do with it. So there is going to be acne, but no, this still... It's so weird. Let's try 24 points of precision. It's a weird edge case because it's just this surface, right? It's just this surface. Oh my fucking god, bro. Why does this not work? I don't know. I haven't had this problem before though. Like that's the thing, is that maybe it's just a really weird edge case, but I haven't had this problem before. I haven't. I mean, that's just fucking terrible. Like, what the fuck is that? I mean, that's just fucking awful. Yeah. I've seen these cross artifacts before is the thing. I've seen them somewhere before. I just can't remember where. Wait, is it when you're in when we're in the ceiling? Oh, is it really? Is that it? Oh, yeah, it is. Specifically when we're in the ceiling. When we're near to the ceiling. Oh, here it is too. It seems to be in inconsistent places. I'm starting to think that it actually has nothing to do with the texture itself, but how we're clearing it. Because it's not in the same place every time. Oh, fuck. Now everything's dark. God damn it. Oh, fucking shit. Yeah, maybe I'll investigate this later. This is probably gonna take it out of me, to be honest. I just can't be fucked right now. I'll figure it out later. Seriously, I just don't want to deal with it right now. I don't know what it is, but I bet that it goes away if we stop using the geometry shader, to be honest. That's what I'm betting. Also, draw arrays elements. Does this do anything weird? No, I don't think so. It's weird that it happens just sometimes, but I'm not sure. Yeah, whatever. I'll look it up later. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I have to look up this error though. The NK row crash nuclear likely refers to a broken arrow incident. The U.S. military code came. Shut the fuck up. Functions like NK layout row dynamic automatically close the previous active row. That's not fucking true though. That is not that's literally a lie. That is just literally a lie. That's just literally not true. If that's true, then whatever. Oh my god. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, never mind. Fuck Gemini? Yeah, I mean, that was just AI overview. Yeah. Okay, it does know what it's talking about. I guess it knows what it's talking about, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I guess I'm just fucking stupid. I can't make the resolution width higher than the screen. So that's unfortunate. 1280, so that's 640 by 480. And excellent. Good shit, bro. And everything comes back. No, now it's at 6. This is lower resolution. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. Kind of looks like it. Okay. So we changed the resolution, it just doesn't work. Okay. How about this? While we're working on this shit, let's just turn off all of the extra screen space effects, just so that we just do one thing at a time. Just to make sure that nothing is fucking with it. Because I have a feeling something is fucking with it. Oh, I don't actually change render width. The same thing should happen in the camera. Everything should be based on render. Nice. Okay, there we go. We are able to change our rendering resolution now. Now, if that's going to work for the SSAO and all that stuff, I don't know. Oh, depth of field is fucked. I think honestly, when you change your rendering res, it should just change everything to half size. And then you can change it manually later. We should also put the current rendering resolution and stuff like that. We don't have that set up. Yeah. But yeah. Let's do layout 2 and then just have NK labels that say what the current thing is. So Nice keep, thank you. Thank you, I made it a long time ago. SSAO is kind of rough at this resolution because of all the bricks. Is it at full resolution? There's no jittering. But we can't even see it because we don't have indirect, so. We need to show the fucking. Oh, we didn't. Oh, we didn't put the NK labels for it. Yeah, it's technically not mine. It's called Sponza. It's kind of like a classic computer graphics scene. But thank you. Well, now it's like taking off your glasses. So that's that, I guess. I gotta spawn the lights closer. That's something that I gotta do. I gotta also decouple TAA from depth of field so that you can turn depth of field on but not have TAA on. Because right now they're tied together. This just breaks depth of field. Depth of field makes everything so blurry at this resolution. It's like fucking crazy. You can change the settings on it. We should make them really uniforms, I guess. But you can change the settings on it to make it less ridiculous. But at that resolution, it's just ridiculous. It really is. Because the f-stop is actually really high for it. The f-stop was really high, and having a 9mm lens is really ridiculous. Yeah, I mean the 9mm is really, because I was playing around with it like super. Yeah, 5mm is way better, at least for this. I should really have them as being able to change it. Looks very good. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, I still have to work on the TAA. So you can see this pixel jitter on the side. Yeah, at this resolution, it's just ridiculous. I should make a button that returns us to default resolution. Yeah, we're at the point where the engine is just gonna lag no matter what. With the effects on. Mainly SSAO is a big one. I could play around with it all day. Maybe 70mm is really the sweet spot with it. Yeah, I think that 70mm is kind of the sweet spot. Okay. I feel like if I probably put this on better performance, yeah, then we're fine. But the laptop fan does get a bit more angry at us. Does this even have bloom? Probably not. Maybe a little bit here. Oh, is Bloom working? I can't tell. Well, that's cool. Yeah, it is working. It is working. It is working. Okay, so I got everything done that I wanted to today. We now have the ability to change the resolution of things, which is kind of cool. How about this? Let's have it so that we can disable TAA, but also have everything else. Because right now TAA, everything depends on TAA. It's has to do with which texture we're sampling, because TAA writes to a separate texture. So depth of field reads from the TAA FBO. So all we have to do is if editor settings.taa, then we do this texture, else we use the main FBO. So that should fix that. Also for TAA here, I already have this set up. So the SSR stuff doesn't even use, because it happens before TAA, so that should be fine. And then we have this down here that changes if it's TAA or not. We could make uniforms for this stuff. We could make uniforms for this stuff. We also should technically compile 9 different versions for all of these, but for now we won't worry about that. I have no clue how I would do that. But yeah, we could have it so that we can change the f-stop and stuff as uniforms. It's kind of pointless since you could just change it in the shader. So that doesn't really matter, I guess. We could also have it so that we could change the bloom threshold technically as well. I remember I had that before. I remember my last engine, you could change the bloom intensity. It was exposed as an animation thing, so you could animate the bloom intensity. I had that for like everything in the engine. It was crazy. No, I don't. It doesn't matter to me really. Actually, this should really be going inside of the function, yeah. You got me wrapped around your finger. Yeah, I gotta work on assets. All the stuff that I can do next is just kind of, I guess, just quality of life, you know, like having you to be able to change the f-stop in the UI, or you can change this in the UI or whatever. Like it really, it doesn't matter, to be honest. It just doesn't really matter. Like I like being able to toggle the TAA and stuff like that, but it doesn't really matter. All right, I'm ready to fork this. It is kind of annoying because we have to restart our LSP every time we do this, but hi guys, how are you? I'm doing good. Nice to see you. Okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of all of this shit because it doesn't matter anymore now that we refactored the entire render loop for MDI. All this stuff is seriously just cluttering everything, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. This stuff too, just so that we're nice and clean, because I hate scrolling that every time. This can stay. The bloom blur stuff is being handled by the pyramid, so that doesn't matter. This is handled by the UBO. Okay. This is handled. Okay. Okay, now we're nice and clean. Now we're nice and clean. We don't have to... We don't have to worry about anything. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with it. I could make uniforms for the things. I'm like debating on it in my head. Do I want to? Do I not? I guess it wouldn't be like that painful to do it. It would literally just require me to go into editor settings and then just set things for it. The f-stop, we want the what is it called? It's called the focal length and the sensor height. The focal length is just the length of the lens. Where am I from? I'm from well, I used to live in New York, but now I live in like the southern US. So I'll just keep the naming convention just because that's... I think we should call it, we should just go DOF at the beginning of all these just to know what they're for. And then this last one is going to be max blur radius. And then those are all of the DOF things. And then we'll have a bool DOF expanded so that we know if we've expanded this menu. We need to initialize these to certain values though. So I'm just gonna initialize them. Do you know Algeria? I do know Algeria. I don't know many people from Algeria though. I don't think I know a single one actually. Okay. have to make uniforms for all of these things. I think that those are the values. .05. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So now we have to make uniforms in both of the shaders for this. I hate people. Why? Why is that? Okay. Yeah, never mind. Well, I hope everything's all right. You know, people in me don't really, you know, we don't really see eye to eye usually either, you know, but I, you know, hope that everything is good. Okay. Now we need to do the same thing for post-process. Oh, this cat is freaking out. Yeah, this fan is really annoying me today. I hope I get a computer sometime. Okay. $19. Okay. Now I just have to go into it and change this. Okay. Now just don't set any of these to values, and we should be good. We just have to change their name inside of it. Actually, yeah, I didn't actually change the names for it. What's focal distance? Oh yeah, we have that. So this goes to U focal length. Oh, this max blur radius is here. I just have it hard coded. Oh, well then I should. Well, my bad. This cat really wants to come in my room, but I'm resisting. Okay, so now we have to make this as well. Okay, now back to the post process. UDOF max blur radius. Okay, so now we just have to go through and do the same thing here. Rename everything. Okay. Okay. Hopefully I did all that right. Okay. Now I just have to go into the editor and make property Fs for all of this. I should really make all of these their own functions because this file is getting to the point where it's really untenable. Untenable is what I'll call it. Do they have an NK expand thing? Maybe I should look this up. NK expand. NK tree push. Pass the context, tree type, and initial state. Tree push. Okay, well, I've never used this before, but we're going to try it today. Now, as with everything in nuclear, it's probably not going to work. So, as with everything, it's probably not going to work. And then you do NK collapsed. Okay. This isn't a real thing, is it? So undeclared identifier NK collapsed. NK expanded. Okay, none of these are things. Enum NK collapse states initial state. Okay, so what is it? NK collapse states. Can I see what this is? Minimized or maximized. That's it. That's what it is. That's all it is. NK minimized. Okay. I just want to put a thing in here that just says hello, just so that we know that this is working. We're just gonna make a make an NK label that just says this. Okay, so let's see if what this looks like, because I've never used this before. Undefined variable f-stop. God, I knew that I was gonna forget one. Also, oh, I didn't actually write to these uniforms. It totally slipped my mind. So I have to do this down there. And match it with these. And then this just gets set to post-process. And we're happy. We're happy. We're very happy now. Okay. Oh. Yeah. I didn't actually change. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. So at the bottom here, it's DOF settings. Assertion failed, not layout row tree depth. Okay, so do I need this NK tree pop? NK context. I need NK tree pop. Is that what I need? Yes. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Wow, I've never done that before. I should do this with everything, actually. I should do this with everything. It's kind of like nasty though. I should put everything in one of these. I've never done this before. This is like so awesome to find this. Okay. So we need to do a bunch of NK property Fs for all of the different settings. I'm just gonna do four in a row. I might try NK property float instead of F this time. Never mind, never mind. Let's just do this. I wonder if you could go in the negative with these. I'm just gonna do it just to see, because that sounds fun. What else? Sensor height. Fuck. Okay. This, I mean, if really this should be like that. And then last but not least, we have okay. Oh, I didn't call tree pop. That would have been very bad. We were about to crash. Oh, they're also named the same thing. Fuck. I didn't. Oh, I did name it a different thing. What am I talking about? Okay, it is kind of janky. Like it doesn't automatically update, which is interesting. But now we can change the settings. Change the focal length. Change the f-stop. Can it go negative? What happens if it goes negative? Oh, interesting. It looks like the same if it the same. Alright, we need to be able to see the values. So let's make this like 2 instead. Cool to play around with it. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I think that 70mm is kind of the golden spot with it. Yeah, I think that that's kind of like the sweet spot is like 1.8 with 70mm lens. I think that's the sweet spot. Any more and it gets kind of blurry. Cool. Cool. Oh yeah, I wanted to see. Oh yeah, we should probably set it to those settings before I forget. Just init them to those settings. Yeah, it doesn't really work at low res, unfortunately. But what would you expect, really? What would you expect, really? Yeah. I think I gotta work on assets, yeah. Maybe I'll come back later tonight and work on assets. Maybe just model for like an hour or so, because I've gotta start doing that. Maybe we'll work on road a little bit. I did this on my own off stream with getting a great texture on it, and that looked fine, but I'm not really happy with it, to be honest. In my mind, it's a lot different. So it's a lot different. I mean, in my mind, there's pillars on both sides, and they're going up really high into the sky. Really high. Yeah, I don't know. I have kind of a mental image of it, but I don't think that it's this. I like the idea of this with the basically like windows that are coming in. But in practice, I don't really know if I like it very much. If it is this, then it has to keep going further onwards. I think also the texture matters a lot. Like this never had like a really good texture. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably come back after dinner and maybe model a little bit. Don't know if I'll do so live. Maybe not. Not sure. But for now, I'm gonna give my eyes a rest. Did a bunch of refactoring today. First off, did some grading. The grading was cool. Made things pop a bit. But now is the part where I have to actually put stuff in the engine, because right now, I mean, we're just kind of, I think, you know, we made spawns that look really good, but I want to make something of mine look really good. So that's going to be the next goal. All right, peace out.